makes your memories so authentic?
Well, there's a bit of every artist in their work. But I was locked in a sterile chamber at 8, so if I wanted to see the world, I had to imagine it. Got very good at imagining. It feels authentic, and if you have authentic memories, you have real human responses. Wouldn't you agree?
Hi everybody, welcome back to another Space Tastic stream. My name is Mr. Osteric, Captain of Prisma. Today is March 5th, 2025, and today we're doing a full ep of Ace Attorney. I feel like we've been doing this a little bit less. It's not that I'm like out on Ace Attorney, I feel like I spent so much time like the last month and a half like doing it. I think I'm like I'm like a little burnt out, but I'm still there, you know? I'm still there, but like less. Which honestly is good because we're reaching the end of the second trilogy. So I've been saying I probably will take a break from Ace Attorney after that. After the sixth game. It is the precious strawberry time. Okay, we're not gonna make that a thing. All right, we're not making that a thing. Um, Yesterday you may have seen me in a weak state. Um, very uh very unfitting. I could do that before yesterday. Precious is a new adjective, I believe. Um, but regardless, um, you know what? I need to almost forgot. Sorry, I need to pay my roommate for how much was it? Internet. That's okay, $12. Okay. That energy drink fucked me up. Yeah, it sounded like it. Um, well, I've never had an energy drink. Um, okay. I feel like we're pretty close to being this case. I am kind of out on this case. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm kind of just like, okay, we get it. Like, I have a feeling of what's gonna happen. I have a feeling of what the twist is. Um, I'm over TH. Well, the good news is we're almost done with it. So, you know, we're we're almost there. Um, and so usually the 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 last two cases usually build up to like the big closer in this, which honestly they have set up a lot of like they have set up a lot of interesting plot points in this one. um you know, there's the whole thing with Apollo, like suddenly like I gotta get out of here. um but you know, there's that, and then there's also like Athena's whole situation. Like, it seems like she had like some trauma going on. But yeah, regardless of what you saw yesterday, I am still and always will be the cool captain of Prisma. We will, we will, we will, we will carry on. Um, but yeah, we'll see what goes on. And then there's the whole thing with you know what I'm thinking is that we're probably gonna get like this is my thinking, right? Is I think that what's his name? Blackwell. Um Obviously he's like a felon or whatever. I almost wonder if like they're gonna reopen the case with him. Like, we don't know what happened with that, right? Like, he like apparently he was convicted for murder, right? Um so I wonder if there's like more to that. We've got to hold two more cases after this, so we'll see. I also apparently there's like DLC for these, but they didn't include that in the trilogy, which I'm kind of bummed about. Like, why wouldn't you include them? Um, so we'll see. I don't know if that's gonna be like important going forward. Anyway, I figured we'd finish with this current case that we're on, and then jump into case number 454. And you know, I don't know. We'll see. All right. What the fuck? Stop. Stop. Why are you doing that? Tracking's good. Stop it. What's wrong with you? Tracking's going weird today. Okay. Sorry. I don't know what that's about. Hope you're having a good day. I had a pretty good day. Another busy one. I'm a lot of job interview stuff. So looking forward to that. Stop. What's wrong with you? Maybe let's try just like crashing the app for a minute. Like recognizing a face or something that stop. What is? There's nothing that looks like a face. I guess the lighting's kind of bad. The lighting in this room is really ass. I've been trying to get like the lights are these flat oh my god, I like turn around and it blinds me. I turn around, right? These fucking lights are like flat. They're not round. I don't know why. But like the ends of them, I can't. They're like these like double pronged light bulbs like at the end. It's very like I've never seen a light bulb like this. And it's really annoying. Oh my god, it's like bothering me right now. Like for some reason I'm suddenly like I just hate it because like the light is not distributed properly in this room. It's so dark in most places except for 3 where these fucking spotlight ass light bulbs cast themselves. It's very I hate it. And then I'll like look directly into them on accident because you know sometimes that happens. And like so I have to have them. What is going on today? This fucking tracking. We're doing something a little different. See now, see I looked right into I'm blind now. I can't fucking see. Okay. Jesus. I hate this. Bro, my eyes, my help. I'm gonna go blind by the time I finally move out of here. It's hell. I don't know why they're like this. I don't know why they decided these they're like spotlights, dude. It's so annoying. I hate it. And it's like weirdly dark. I hate it. Why are we trying to change light bulbs? Gen Z is trying to cancel light bulbs. What's going on? What was wrong with light bulbs? Okay, give me a second. I'm like gonna explode. My retina's like recalibrating. Uh, I don't even know. Like, I'm thinking we'll do Ace Attorney all day, all stream today, but we'll see. I think we will. Hold on. I'm doing like 500 things at once. It's been pretty much my whole day today. Okay. All right. Cool. Sorry. Um, let's go. Are we looking? Is it saying Ace Attorney today? I think I fixed the issue. It's like a different, for some reason there's two different things to update the title that I'm playing, which is really stupid and I hate it. But I'm learning. I'm learning. All right. I'm getting used to this new platform. And honestly, oh my God, it's crazy. I think I'm gonna have to figure something out with I was looking back, I got 9 copyright strikes on my GTA uh my GTA stream. Holy crap, dude. Um I mean, I knew there were a lot of like songs, right? But I didn't know there were that many that got flagged. 9 whole songs got flagged. Thank you, Fergie. Um I got 9 flags. Now it doesn't affect my channel at all, but uh all on YouTube. So I'm a little miffed about that. I'm gonna have to figure out something with that because I don't know what the fuck is going on. What's up, Zach? Um, I'm pissed. That park had 6 flags. True. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Okay. Let's base overview. Got a copyright strike on my own song. Wait, what? You didn't use like any sample or anything? Like it was all just like your own work? That's so weird. Did they tell you what they thought it was? I think the copyright system is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you like, well, I did, but not on the part they highlighted. Huh. I'll say lucky I haven't gotten struck once. I've the thing about Twitch is they just completely like they'll mute the segment. That's what I appreciate about Twitch. If they don't like, or if something is copyrighted, they'll just mute that section. But YouTube will, I've noticed, will mute the entire video, which, you know, I do streams anywhere from like 3 to 6 hours on average. So like, then I gotta go in and like cut that part out, and it's just like, what? Just mute that one part. Why do you have to mute the whole video? If Twitch can do it, YouTube can too. Like, come on. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. But yeah, I'm like just so I'm so over it. Raggedy ass red app for real. And you know, I usually am hard on Twitch, but that's the one thing that I appreciate that they do. It's like they'll just cut that, they'll just mute that one part. I appreciate that, because then I can just, I don't even have to worry about it. Because like, it's not like I can retroactively go back and save that audio anyway, right? Like it's once it's gone, it's gone. Once that music is there, I mean, you can try to use, I know that there's like AI like things that you can like remove the music from, but it's too much work. That's too much effort for a VOD. You know what I mean? It's not that serious. But YouTube, like, I'm not doing that, dude. Just cut that shit out, you know? But like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that like we should abolish the copyright system or whatever, but like, I think there's way too much shit that people, that these copyright, like a lot of false claiming too. We were talking, you guys remember we were talking about the Extra Emily thing. Apparently she's like DMCAing like any video critique of her that has her clip of her saying the N-word or sounding like she said the N-word, which is like, you can't do that. That's not how DMCAing works. You can't file a copyright strike just because you don't like something. If you are a creator, if you make content on YouTube or Twitch, you know that. Like, you cannot do that. If fucking like, you know, Doppio Drop Scythe made to the camp with her too. If Doppio Drop Scythe made a video expose on me or some shit, like, I couldn't just be like, oh, I'm gonna copyright strike this guy. You know what I mean? Not that I would copyright strike Doppio. Although he does look, I do feel like he and I look similar. Not very similar. Maybe Flayon. I'll copyright Flayon. That one's closer to me. I would never do that. I love both of those boys, and also I don't want that corpo smoke. But the first one is more that's more of the reason. But you know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. You cannot. Everybody knows that you cannot copyright strike somebody. When I say everybody, I mean, like, you know, creators, right? You may not know that in chat, but I'm telling you so you know. The only reason you can DMCA is if somebody is violating copyright, right? If somebody is using like your content and then just posting it as their own, right? And then you get into the tricky middle ground, which is the fair use, right? Which is something that we still to this day have like a lot of gray area about, because, you know, you have people like XQC, right, who like will just post, will just like react to stuff and barely say anything, just sit in the chair and just go. But like, you know, so there's kind of a gray area there, right? Like, I think if somebody's doing like a video essay and they're incorporating like a clip of a movie, I feel like that's fair use, right? But if you're just like, you know, if you're just like streaming the Super Bowl with no commentary, then yeah, that kind of violates. That it could be said to not be fair use, right? I'm tired of these pieces of shit, ignorant dumbasses, people getting platforms and acting a fool. I am too. The most that we can do is not be those things, you know. Anyway, let me catch you up to speed on this case, shall we? The murder at Themis Legal Academy. The defendant, our client, is Juniper Woods, age 18. The victim is Constance Court, age 47. We are in a high school, a court, a high school with court law themed curriculum. One of the teachers, Constance Court, was found dead in multiple places, right? Originally in the quad, and then I think in the art room. There were also two other suspects that are Juniper's classmates that we also kind of are like playing around with the idea of them being the murderers. Newman and O'Connor have confessed. So basically they're all now saying, apparently, if you are convicted of a crime, you are basically like expelled from this campus, because they don't want anybody that's convicted of crimes to be representing their law curriculum, or their alma mater, I guess. Their alma mater? No, that's not right. Their student body? Yeah, that's more accurate. So now they're all confessing that they did it in order to like save each other, because they're all friends. But apparently there's also something going on there. They're like falling out of a friendship. So who knows what the hell is going on. It's drama. The female voice on the tape is a point of dispute. Oh yeah, the voice on the tape said you're a goner. We're arguing that it says Hugh O'Connor. Anyway. Find anything, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha, good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. Sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear. Unless I find out what it is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you say that right through me, Detective. I'm impressed, but you saw that right through me. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really... Come on, just tell us already. Oh, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. Ha ha ha. Stupid fucking... Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. Eh. That's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting "you're a goner" around the time of death? If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Looks like he wears teeth whitening strips on his balls. What does that mean? Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast. 1 second. Means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How about the body was moved How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright? Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't gonna ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Okay, I'll be here. There she is, Robin. Hey, Robin. Oh, Apollo. What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Mean sure has a lot of influence around here. Here to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you want. About your confession today, why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means, so you're a follower of Professor Means too? Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them both. But one of them is dead now, so... She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right, you made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at that time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7 o'clock p.m. But neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? There been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this, and this, by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Oh, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please, pretty please. Stage costume-related evidence taken in classic and justifies the mean style. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? Sounds like a new lead. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone want to do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. Rumor has it grades were being bought and sold through this surveillance network. That's bribery. This situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. Well, this is all important stuff. I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Yay, a present from Athena! Oh, this is so exciting! Sorry, but it's not a present. I wanted to know whether you knew anything about it. That's not nice, Athena. Why are you so cranky today? I wasn't until a moment ago. Aw, man, that's my blood, sweat, and tears in a pile of rubble right there. Why not make the statues again? I'm sure the two of them would be delighted. Yeah, I could totally do that. This time, I'm gonna make them even more realistic by making full-body molds of my models. Full-body molds? Are you sure that's safe? How about plain old measurements? Oh, Athena, measurements are for wimps. Full-on YOLO is what art's all about. Oh god, it's this time period. I'm gonna drop both of them in a big pool of plaster. Yeah! I know I should stop you, but some part of me really wants to see how this plays out. Oh, Lady Justice. That's so cute. You think this is cute? Yeah, totally. The balance of the scales, the keenness of the sword, the cracks running all the way up. The last one's only because I put it back together. Oh, I totally know what you mean. It's that feeling you get when something is so cute you want to smash it to bits. Right? Ah! Sorry, but that sounds more like a case of the crazy than a fondness for the cute. Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? Whoa! Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense. That has to be one of Professor Quartz's creations, man. Professor Quartz's artistic sense? Professor Quartz's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Quartz's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Quartz had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet. Just look at that wild silhouette. Wow, it's so cute! I don't get it. You have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? You know, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right. I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed, it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo? But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the The professor's pre-trial speech. I don't know why those two words trip me up so much. Prosecutor and professor. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teachers' speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of this speech. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why's Judy so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself? She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty. Oh, wait. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty. Ah, that was me, could you tell? Objection! A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. Was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's gonna speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. I've been there, girl. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Oh, what an emotional performance. She put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted, "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it. Stop. Did you hear that? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. I'm gonna show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line with what we just heard to the case.
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner! Voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. Sorry, I forgot. I'm losing the voice. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on the tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. The ends justify the means, don't they? They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Allow me to assist with that. Prosecutor Gavin, please make some kind of noise so we know you're here. It's go big or go home with Rockstar entrances, Fräulein. Timing's everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright? Very much so. Thanks. I'll just take me and my little rat tail drill. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it will be getting dark soon, so... Junie, you must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me! I don't want to hear it anymore. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. It may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill anyone. He was a gifted student, gets outstanding grades, and never causes trouble. Uh-oh. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student, and he gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it, she's lying. Not her blinking, is it? I'm not seeing anything. Is it that she's not blinking in this statement? There it is. Juniper, you're feeling nervous, aren't you? No, that's the one thing I'm not. The student council president isn't so easily shaken. Nice try, but I just spotted a telltale habit of yours. Huh? I don't know what you're... Hollow. It's you and your loud voice that's unnerving her. No, I already told you I'm not nervous. I'm not student council president for nothing. Well, in any case, it looks like I got that one wrong. Dude, I do not see anything. Oh, found it. Why is her why is her cravat shaking? Oh, she's coughing. I see. Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. Can't hide it from me no matter how hard you try. Tuberculosis. When you said and never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. Hid their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means he must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You're Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learn something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Like we're gonna have to do this the hard way. Just fucking like grabs her by the neck. Tell me! Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. Must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to this case. I'm relieved to see you're coming around. You see, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Juniper's one cool customer, Athena. Wait, I don't think that was the right piece of evidence. Whatever you show me won't change the fact that I've already told you all I know. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to this case. Uh, guess we're just guessing. The planner? Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report into Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me. Forgive me, Dina. I, I, I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start. You did? Now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. but I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. Its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo. Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark age of the law. The dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. In that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd. Fuck. In that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd was a part of that? Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend? I'd accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Talking about having paid money for good test scores? I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through school, and if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. Tape recording? Junie, I was thinking this might have something to do with the bribery. I'm not sure I see what you mean. Oh, never mind then. Besides, I know what this evidence is for. He was buying his way through school, and if that's the case... Uh-oh, Hot Pocket Nepo baby. That evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. Uh, Fugue scrap? Found this while we were investigating the stage. Hey, it's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. The same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. But that is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. Not your fault, Junie. Anybody would have expected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. It's another reason why I suspected Hugh. Got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his oh, Thena. Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened. The fuck? Was he drunk? His hands were dripping with blood. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer. My mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore, Athena. She hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie, it must have been terrible holding all of that in, but it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise from one good friend to another. Just friends? I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. That's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery. And shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Tina, I'm sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. I already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. Thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. Could possibly go wrong this time. Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I better be imagining it. Ah, wrong outfit. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. Before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study on the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Hmm? Who's there? Wait! Did you see who it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Box Girl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. Court is now in session. All rise.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods.
The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready as well, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes, well, moving right along, yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody, understood?
Your baldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury.
Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday.
A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for this bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. I put him in the milking room. Poor Detective Fulbright. Hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact.
But if that's the case, then what will be...
The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from art room to stage, and I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said. But what else does he have up his sleeve?
My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. And though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage.
That's not very clever. It's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either.
Why, you...
Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Please don't be the box. Okay. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Hugh O'Connor, a senior at Themis Legal Academy. I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? What's he up to now?
The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now your testimony, please.
Lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client.
Good.
Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's going straight at us today, using any means possible. Check the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage. A mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they've used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. I love that the bird is like, even the bird is shocked when he slams his hand down. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. Sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. Drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case. Off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. I have no idea, so I guess we're gonna pull this testimony apart.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What? I was just getting to the important part. Eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes Dono? Your heavy breath heeds to where I stay.
Objection!
How rude. A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far. So the only issue is a distance? You're not denying that you're a heavy breather? I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not... Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you. What about my own self-esteem? Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. Our client was simply putting the mat away, had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body. Ugh. If you win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the Academy. Now show me how to show you the truth. You'll have my full cooperation. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and a maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. Sticking to his guns. The issue here is where Hugh was standing when he says he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. I'm gonna dig a little deeper. Oh, and before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That's not an issue. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive.
Objection!
You're not positive. Wrong emphasis. Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life.
Objection!
Tisk! Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal. Oi, Justice Dono. Our assertion is Juniper was simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse over in the maintenance area? Precisely. Therefore, there is naught wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It is your wild charges that are the issue here, but I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. This
I'm gonna get a face full of justice, Apollo style, if he keeps that up. Anyway, I saw her heading towards me. I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that.
Hold it!
And it's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection!
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. Ergo, the only probable suspects were the 3 trial participants. I know. Thank you for stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confident sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like Hugh would be leading you right into a trap. Be surprised if he wasn't. All I can do is charge forward with both eyes open. The lecture hall was... Okay. Now we're at a... We've taken the case apart. No addendums. Let me see. What are some facts? I'm gonna think about this logic.
Lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage excuse me. A vantage point between the stage and maintenance area. And she was heading Jesus. She was heading towards me. I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. I don't have the time. I feel like this is suspicious. You didn't have time?
Objection!
Speak with Hugh O'Connor.
Objection!
Mind letting your slightly senior partner help out a little now? You insist. Actually, I could really use the help. Well, I find this statement suspicious. You should find the answer if you take a good look at the evidence. Thanks, Apollo. Get used to this more humble version of you, you know. Oh, okay. Watching her from a vantage point, stage and maintenance. Stage and
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Jesus.
Objection!
So it's the pictures. I don't know why, but it's the pictures apparently. Oh, whoops. Chose the wrong thing.
Objection!
So you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? If I'm like pausing a little bit, I'm trying to order groceries. Forgive me. I'm gonna try and make it as seamless as possible. Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows that the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here? Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago. Okay, it's not really relevant here, but alright. Just thought I'd share. Just thought I'd check in. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now, let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha, since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my. But the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Yeah, Order, order, Mr. O'Connor. Have you been lying to this court? The screen, right? It must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. I'm thinking about getting... Ooh! Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms cookies. That sounds interesting. I don't know. Wait, oh wait, we got a coupon, chat. Save $1 on 2. I'm not buying 2. They're already $4. That's crazy. How much are... Okay. I'm gonna get one. I'll report back. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already? The witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory. I'm like, you know, it's funny, right? Like the like cookie dough, they've like made it now so that like you can eat it without getting salmonella, but I feel like it doesn't taste as good anymore. I don't know if it's just like the danger of possibly getting salmonella, but like I feel like I don't like it as much. I don't like the it doesn't taste as good anymore. You know what I mean? It's like it's not the same, dude. It's not the same. I'm trying to think if I need anything else. Boom, boom. I got a 3-pound bag of tortellini. What do you think about that, huh? You like that? We rocking with the tortellini? I'm rocking with the tortellini. Alright, let me check out and then I'll be... Oh, 2 for 5 Cheez-Its? Alright, let's go. Lock in. Sorry, I'm plumb out of groceries. Oh fuck, today was my laundry day. I was so busy with everything else that I forgot. Sorry, this is so boring. I'm gonna take it to BRB for like 5 minutes just so I can finish this up so I'm not like sitting here doing nothing.
what you think, doofus. You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners. The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun? I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins? I don't know. That's really the kind of thing you do for fun? I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins? I don't know.
Okay, sorry about that. Thanks for the input while I do that. I've been so busy with a bunch of different things today. The last couple days, it's just been I like completely forgot about groceries. All right, cool. All right, you're good to go. Will the witness now please restate what he remembers, minus the lapses of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself could also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Ouch. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, Golden Boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. Sorry, broke my neck again. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think something on the other side of the screen, something high enough to see the stage? No way. This crane right here? But I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackquill. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. What's all this about a promise? What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? What's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? You mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness, I object to the prosecution's last statement. There's no proof I ever opened that crane.
Hold it!
Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? This whole part-time job thing is true. I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. Oh. Look carefully. It bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. Not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. We clearly identified the person in this photo as the witness by examining his neck? I was thinking his glasses, but oh, I guess we could examine his fingerprints if we found the crane and looked at his fingerprints on it. Just check for Mr. O'Connor's fingerprints on and around the crane. Of course you found my fingerprints there. I was watching Juniper from there. Besides, what do fingerprints have to do with the person in the photo? Yes, what do they have to do with that person? The court would like to remind Miss Sykes that it is her job to answer such questions. Yeah. If I could match a feature from the person in this picture to one of Hugh's features, I'd prove that the two are one and the same. Can't afford to lose more. His neck? The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why yes, you can see it right there, but then are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No! Not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgraceful man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Guess I have no choice. Oh. The fuck is that? Oh my. So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? Amazon. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. But sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It's nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. When you factor in all the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane?
Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't! High school seniors are 19 at most. Thus, they fail to complete the requirements. Uh-oh. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please! Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Bro, what? Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. It's all right there. Ouch. 25? You mean he's older than me? A 25-year-old high schooler? A 7-year break. 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take. And the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
The fuck are you on about? But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. When geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What's Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor. Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. Well, conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, we're using the crane to... I'm gonna guess move the body? Body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. Are you sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter. Save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. Use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. Even drive a crane with one hand, that's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I've already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. Oh, please. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool? I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. Here I thought this was a big break we've been waiting for. Now the defense's sophistry is laid bare. Now the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a 3rd-floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention. Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. Accused was sighted dragging the mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. I think you were on the right track, Athena. You? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Miss Sykes, you have a counter-argument. This court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it is a waste of time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sort of great renown that cuts down sophisticated lawyers. Its name is evidence. Tisk, you don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena, you can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? Not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Yup. Someone could have easily used that thing. Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do now is show the tiniest shred of possibility. Mat and ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. The school banner.
Take that!
Here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? Might do well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma. Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. Didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school's banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled into the pouch-like section on the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash. There'd be no need for a map. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing carrying? I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high-wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. The wire had been used to move the body. It would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not all to do with this case. Oh, blood-stained pottery. I remember that. This doesn't look good. Be back to the math theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. My wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been... the victim's blood? Maybe it's not the victim's blood. The police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary? The fuck is that word? Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Baldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick. Or history if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please, let it be someone else's. Seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. I knew it. Score. Don't worry, Junie. Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim. His blood got on the pottery. Then Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first-floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade. Do not cast the blame on me. Grudges with Sykes Dono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much dirt does he have on Hugh? Court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It's inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Here, I thought there was just yaoi in it. Yikes, Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. Blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area is the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? Whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. The body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. The body would have collided with the statues? What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of those statues, I still don't know how they were broken. If we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct? Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound? A little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Oof, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. See, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed. Focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case. Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So, should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side? But he's figured out the truth behind this case. Hold on. Great. As long as he's not up to something else. Statues really were broken when the body hit them. And Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You'd best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Hmm? Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. Yes, exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. A big lie. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire in the school banner. Indeed, that much I shall concede, Sykes-Donald. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then. The body was moved before the mock trial. We have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. It gives them solid alibis. How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no. How can I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio room dealing with the music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. No. Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense, I guess. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue. We're so cooked, chat. Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? More like dirty rotten. Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented quite the convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes? Paulo, what are we gonna do? Got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. I'm trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank, too. Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... Objection. Objection. Well, I object to... Stop right there. All heirs to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen, and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect crime? Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. Better not be one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead. Arrest me. The real killer is right before you.
Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday, then earlier today I recanted your confession.
As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel before my great and maddening intellect. Enough! The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah. There's no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. It is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. You doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I'll now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. His confession. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. Oh my god. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. It slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. What? I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. What the fuck is going on? Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution?
Your baldness. Summon the ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict.
You people don't believe me? Not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this? It's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session.
Your better judgment? Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond time, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections? Prosecutor Blackwell?
The prosecutor said, rubbish. We will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Fulbright. How does he get away with stuff like that?
Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session.
I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. One second. I knew I forgot something. I forgot cheese. God damn it. Whatever. We're be almost done with this case. Hold on, let me get this now. Okay, what? What's happening to everything? Oh, I see. What's causing the happiness? I don't know. Let's see the option. Stand in. Human. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. Secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only: truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confess. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. What kind of feelings? Because, homeboy is 25, and, last time I checked. Oh, okay. Well, 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 they probably knew each other before. Uh, that's a yellow. That's a yellow for me. That's a... I don't know about that one. That's a bit sketchy. That means his confession is finally figured out the obvious, have we? Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. You all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Yeah. Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No. I haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe that you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with Douche delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. To turn on the heater. Mr. O'Connor. I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during that statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't stop making stuff up. I left the lecture hall. It was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. Figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there. Sykes don't know how much longer will you indulge him in this charade. Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. Faculty seats on the back balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side, facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. Empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. Is it the diagram? I have no idea where this contradiction is going. And I don't have any other moves at this point. So I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony was empty. The seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsity of his confession. Fuck. Told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. Doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. One. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room. But that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was... Aristotle Means?
Take that!
Mr. O'Connor, apparently you forgot that this person had been in the audio control room. Wait a second. That's who you think was there when I passed through? Yes, positive. Or at least, I wish I was. Here's to this court that the defense has a bad case of wishful thinking. Eek. Darn it. Only one person who went between the lecture hall and audio control room. Was it him? Or was it Juniper?
Take that!
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. The audio control room really was empty. That would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. You believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent, that's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve another's needs. The end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. It's hard to hold up under this battle between truth and lies. Something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell, cut me down if you wish. But you never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah. He broke out of his shackles again. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow. Are we fucking serious right now? Would you wait just one moment before you cut him down? Not come between a samurai and his foe Sykes Dono. I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well. Golden Boy may live for now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you. I am not, and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me. Though, in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but... The stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents had been paying good money for grades. But that's bribery. The bribery wasn't Hugh's idea? All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius, I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. You. And so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her not to see me locked away. If we're trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You're the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. I thought if I did, it would help her. Wasn't trying to provoke us? Looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. The truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to Hugh... We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, I bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. Didn't buy it. Oh. It's handmade. There's only one like it in the world. It's... no. That's definitely a band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor. That band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, very interesting. And chic. They have doubts about their friendship. They can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two... But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junie and Robin both feel the same as Hugh. We just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Where they're hard to spot? Oh, I know. They must wear them in places that... Oh, they must not be wearing them. Because that's what he alluded to, it seems like. Oh, I know. They must wear them in places that are difficult to see. Really? And where might they be? How about around the belly button or on the soles of the feet? That'd be hard to see. Could they wear their friendship bands there? Oh, right. That's right, you're wrong. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh, I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Oh, where they're easy to touch. Yes. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone. Didn't have a body double. Didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. It looked like I'm speed reading. Then in the art of mastering the bar exam. I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. You. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? You saved Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me. And am I to understand that the witness is recounting his confession? Yes. Most roundabout trial. Much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So, we're back to square one? I'm exhausted and depressed. It really doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Huh? Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for a verdict is nigh. Please, wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Judy, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is
Take that!
Stallings. Place your choice. Your face is in the tracks. Balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial. Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard over his speech. I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given. See, it was pre-recorded? What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? Identified as a fake, Professor Means used Hugh to pass it. Voice shouting "You're a goner" is recorded on this tape. It was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Oh my god. I called this. And this most likely means there's another 2 hours of this case. Probably not. It's probably close to being done, but I'm guessing there's going to be another 1 or 2 rounds of cross-examination for Professor Means, which just like, come on, give it up. Or best case scenario, he just comes out and he's like, I did it. It was me. Yeah. Good job, guys. It was me. Sorry. My bad, Your Honor. Whoops. Oopsies. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to stand. The seat was never empty. It was but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms. Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. The speech was pre-recorded. The basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight, too, must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in the faculty seat,
I believe we must ask the professor himself.
I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today.
Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that, while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion.
Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this?
Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes.
We need to find some sort of evidence that shows this speech was pre-recorded.
All right, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh no, forgotten how long and boring his speech was.
Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair.
Experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult. Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention.
Huh? I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Oh, what? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. Begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes.
It's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears.
Listen, Sykes Dono, you have subjected me to this epic study in the tedium without purpose. Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out.
But you were asleep the whole time.
Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Can I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
There, I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this?
The pure white lady?
The professor said that the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. The Lady Justice in that video isn't even close to being white. As gold can be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every count.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning, the professor would have made a mistake in its color if he hadn't been present.
It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like?
Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. Afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded.
We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's gotta be something that can prove that that speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes? I feel like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All we have to do is track the time the speech started from the time it ended. Speech goes from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I swear I've seen the same interval of time listed amongst the evidence. There's a way for me to use this speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. Bingo bongo. I would like the court to take a look at this.
And this is?
The voice print analysis that proves the voice from the tape recorder belonged to our client.
Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication?
We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there.
Noise?
Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased.
And what do you hope to prove by that?
The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. What did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech?
That would be exactly 10 minutes.
Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise and boredom to the end. Okay, stop. Video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone.
Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds?
Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence!
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
Is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Sure of it. Professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Miss Sykes.
Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened.
All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony.
Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I've been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth.
Uh-oh. Doesn't sound good.
Will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means. Defendant came to me with with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi by due to the pre-record. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? It's to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means.
I don't believe you.
When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end.
You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics.
Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means.
I'm so sick of hearing that phrase.
The end justifies the means. So it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality.
That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. He's already surrendered to the dark age of the law. It's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. There's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking.
Let's not get carried away now. Sykes. It will not have you buck. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation.
No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is.
The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. Alright, I'm gonna do my best. And I'm low-key, I'm over this case too. I mean, high-key, I'm over this. Like this case, I don't know, maybe it's because I've just not been a fan of it, but I feel like this case is drudged on so goddamn long.
Objection! Objection!
Okay, testimony number 5. Guessing the contradiction is somewhere within the fact that he claims it's the humane thing to do, when in reality, first of all, that doesn't make any sense, because the humane thing to do would not be to defend a murderer if you indeed believed that they were a murderer. So that's dumb. I think that there was something more damning that he wanted to do.
Objection!
So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Huh. That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor.
Hey! Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor, it is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it."
There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
Tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on her client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law.
Why, you dare call my teachings and methods lies? Oh. Whoa. Oh. Thebes Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering mean once I'm through with you.
Professor Means? What's with your hair?
Hold on.
I'm like curious to see. People like this case. That's absurd to me. The good thing is that I was just curious to see what people thought about this case.
No, it seems like people are divided. Really depends on you. I mean, it's interesting. Like, it's... I liked the basis for it. It's just like... I think they threw too many curveballs. It's like... It got to the point where it's just like, okay, this is... It gets to a point where it's just like... It's not... It's hard to follow. But, where's this one on this person's? I mean, it's fine. It's like not bad. It's just I feel like it's so drawn out to the point where like it's not. I think the amount of there's not enough characters where I feel like it's like where I feel like it's keeping it interesting. I feel like they spend too much time on like a lot of places. I feel like this game in particular has just been very but people say that the sixth one it comes back. They come back around. So, and apparently the next two cases are pretty good too. So, you know, if anything, we have that to look forward to. Quiet, no talking in class. Ow. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean here. Cool. The proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ouch. I mean here. Next, Your Honor. Here. C class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said, Simon Blackwell, are you here or not? Always one, isn't there? Well then, I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well, if that's your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Stabulary lapdog, a teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. All right. Class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache? Pay attention, I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial.
Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention, the murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock p.m. But I was already at home by that time, so how could I have been involved in the crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time?
Can you prove that I was still at school?
No, I can't.
To admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for honesty. you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
I do enough of that at the office. No way, man. I totally object. Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies.
Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that?
I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know those 2 statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them. The last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right. It would have been way past 7 o'clock p.m. before he could have finished.
Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony.
Professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I'd made both the statues myself. I am so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin.
Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Yeah. And who's in charge of the class pet around here?
Not interested. If you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Only real blades will do.
No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Yeah, nurse. Where's a school nurse when you need one?
It seems Sykes-Dono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning.
Very well. Then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begins in second period. Prepare to be served, old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 8 o'clock and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the 2 statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say it so too. Don't try to deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after that last bell rang. Say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Oh, right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it have been to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short time. Ugh, didn't exactly help our case. I won't get off that easily. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means.
What? Oh, shit. What's up, Hudson?
There's so many Ace Attorney. So many Ace Attorneys.
Now pay attention, aggressive child. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 o'clock and 8. Dude, I'm just gonna fucking bullshit it, dude. I'm so into this case.
Objection!
Okay. Okay.
Where did I put my... Oh, okay. Of course.
Hold it!
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little bit more precise with that?
What a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly, it merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. I, however, finished most of the statue between 7 o'clock and 8:30.
Hold it!
Most of the other statue, what exactly does that mean?
Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. In turn, I completed most of it.
I see. In academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of the statue making, didn't you?
Why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all lawyerly fundamentals.
Oh, quiet, you.
Now do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim?
Not on your life, Buster. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out.
The more you struggle, the more you sink like so much legal quicksand, so to speak. I used the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m.
Hold it!
Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence!
Pity for you, but we have already confirmed it with the accused. She's on record as having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot.
I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It is absolutely airtight. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place, along with all who believed in you.
There no way to get to this guy.
You better pay attention. Pay very close attention. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second.
Hold it!
How are you in such a hurry?
In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I get to bed at 9 o'clock p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? On your life, Buster.
No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out. But be careful, Athena, if you don't have anything. Probably best to just grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with.
But, when will you cease this nonsense? I am quite busy today, as I was the night of the crime. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder?
Hold it!
Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something.
Preposterous! I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Not even 5 for a visit to the lavatory. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage.
The art room is only a few steps away. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing it like crazy. That's all I can think of too. We'll just have to seek out a hole to exploit.
Watch your wording there, girl.
Hold it! Objection!
Okay. Alright. Guess I'll read this.
Yo. Yes, I accept it. Tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede.
I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time.
Concede the Professor Means never left the stage.
Ha 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 ha. That's right, but what took you so long? There at the stage the whole time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not gonna give up.
I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the
witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
objection. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Lena, you thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet.
Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors.
Not yet, Athena. Not time to quit. Times like these, when it seems like there's no way out, that you have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, you should focus on how he could commit murder without going in there.
It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, in casting stones. Who brought this bird to school?
Sykes, Stoner, if I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two facts? I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time. The only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Mr. Means was on the stage the entire time. And he must be the killer.
Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was.
Continue, Sykestone.
Okay, the murder was actually committed here.
On the stage.
Take that!
Greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all.
Murder occurred in the art room. Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed.
There wasn't any blood on the stage? Really? There was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now blood-stained.
That would be the banner, right?
Take that!
It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. That would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed.
Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
What is it now? A theory makes perfect sense.
That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states that the cause of death was a loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon the banner. Where did the rest go? My God, this is okay. I'm just all right. Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Yeah, very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate and recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get it.
Objection!
Sir, I'm in prison.
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well.
You do?
There was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner. And there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood.
Probably the black banner.
Take that!
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner.
It's the governor's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It would have easily absorbed most of the blood, like a dishcloth. And only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
Sorry, 1 second.
So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it.
So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it.
Gaver's banner was like a dishcloth?
Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there, do something.
Silence!
Sykes Dono, you are learning to wield a blade quite well. How will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large blood stain was detected in the art room. Why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
The blood stain in the art room is faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. That something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. The bird fragments.
Take that!
To think you'd stoop so low to present this mere garbage to the court.
It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked governor's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense.
Order, order. This is quite a development. I think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that large crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it?
Hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, what was it indeed? This was the third statue, was it not? Not in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. And that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was...
Take that!
That statue.
Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. This unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. She used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence!
Perhaps you were onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming.
You know why. The fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. What's up, Natalia? We're going. Go, man. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. We consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to bring us to the body? Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi.
That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously.
Are you new on Twitch? No.
I've been on Twitch for like 3 years. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means.
Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting.
The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time?
That can be explained by, the
victim was murdered on the stage and left there. The body would inevitably have been would inevitably been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Flame is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far. Yeah. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. A killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be.
Just wait a moment.
Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco.
Yeah.
Sex attorney badge is just for show. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. I can't scream. It's 3 in the morning. This trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial. Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain?
Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I've failed once again. Able to save someone near and dear to me? Worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe.
Nice, man. You seem to be enjoying it, though.
It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Give me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man. She's the one who saved me. It's because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. Use legitimate means. Expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what is Juniper? What does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Athena. I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do. This girl is straight up having a mental breakdown in the courtroom.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look like an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackwell? There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. You prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? Would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who. You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. Truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. There's truth to be found, and there always is. You're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Know the good artist how make a beautiful VTuber, or here's her Twitter handle. First of all, don't come into my chat and say my model looks boring, and then try to make someone else and try to plug somebody else. But I'll make sure to let Yuki Neko know that you said that if that's not you. And as for you, get out of my fucking chat. Piece of shit. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. These fucking art scammers are getting real fucking ballsy, dude. Oh, it's this thing again. Sorry, that just pisses me off, dude. It really does. Like, it's not even the fact that it's like insulting. It's the fact that you think that that's going to work. Also, at least have like proper grammar if you're gonna try to promote shit. Like, fuck off. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. I'm already trying to get through this fucking boring ass case. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? Oh, and by the way, let's I want to see. I'm not gonna do a review on stream, but I'm gonna see. Sorry, why did I just get a Twitter ad of what if Trump was black, and it's a T-shirt with Donald Trump being black. Twitter is so cooked, dude. Wouldn't you believe it? It's fucking AI. Their art is fucking AI, dude. Awesome. Yeah, I definitely think your shitty AI model would be much greater than the one that I put like 100 hours of work into. Fucking jump off a cliff, dude. Who's using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. I'm sorry. Like, it's fine. You know? It's whatever. It just... so interesting. So interesting. I'll have a field day on Twitter with that one later. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is... Dude, I don't know anymore. After... During? During the mock trial specifically. During the speech. Because he was pre-recorded, was it not? Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. Professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically the white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What the fuck? My phone just started speaking to me. But it wasn't Siri. I don't know who that was. And sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Rain was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. It was already on the stage and capable of concealing a body. The school... Was it the school banner? The body had been wrapped in the school banner. No, that wouldn't work. Someone would have easily noticed something like that. It had to be something where you couldn't tell there was a body inside. The right statue? The body was hidden by right statue. Oh, I know. The Mr. Right statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. I'm sorry for getting pissed off. Um, Truthfully, I'm fine. Like, if people don't like my model and stuff, I know it's like they're just doing it to like promote their shit, and I shouldn't think of it too deep. But I think in the moment, it's like it pisses me off when like I knew from the get go. There's like certain tells that you get right when people come into your chat and like are trying to promote shit. Um, I've just noticed people have been getting a lot more like aggressive and rude with it recently. I don't know if it's just me, but um it's very it's very like scummy to me because you're already scamming people with your shitty AI art, quote unquote. Um but you're coming to somebody who has put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into their model and is really proud of that work and saying, "Oh, your model is boring. Here, I know someone who can make a really shitty, ugly ass AI art of it." And I would never say this about anybody who made like actual art, but let's be honest. Like whether you like whether you support AI art or not, like if you think that you should spend a penny on that, I'm sorry, but you are confused. Um, but to compare my work to your sloppy garbage AI generated trash, it's it's not. It's nothing of the sort. It's not good. It's not worth anything. So that's how I feel. I like my model. I'm happy with it. Um and frankly, I'm tired of people being like so disrespectful when you're trying to, because imagine saying that, like imagine saying that to somebody whether or not it's my work or not, like doesn't really matter. You're insulting somebody at the end of the day. um and so yeah, it pisses me off because I feel like Twitch allows this shit. I also knew, but like you like to see where it goes, so ain't nothing I can. Well, I like to see where it goes. I cut that one off pretty early because, you know, I want to know for sure, right? But um, I didn't expect it was gonna be that that serious. Um, but but it is what it is. They're banned now. I'm going to get a fresh glass. So give me like 2 minutes.
finish, shall we? We have one little scene left. Thank God. I'm so done with this game. Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night.
Yes. What an impressive feat that was.
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Court.
Come again? Afraid I didn't follow.
He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. The body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked like just a statue.
I stopped paying attention 2 hours ago. This case is too much. What?
I second that. What? This is getting interesting. Is it?
No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
I promise we're almost done. I'm looking at the overall case and here. Right there. Right at the end.
Never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo. Time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm gonna pose like the statue, like so. Now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so that I look like a statue.
I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I don't know how I'm engaged with you, but is dissociating with what your voice is saying. That's fair. It's this has definitely been a very long-winded case, and I feel like we've been doing this for like 3.5 streams. It's ridiculous. Like, there are certainly longer cases than this one, but it just feels really long.
How am I supposed to get this magical cloth?
I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice.
Given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like just like a statue of Mr. Wright, or what?
Looks like some random person to me. Saying that yesterday too. But weren't the statues a pair of busts?
Mr. Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. With the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than the average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands. Her arms were raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No. Besides, it was your idea. Tell me how to tie your hands already. Sir Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. Should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given my hands were tied? Behind my... Is it? Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See? Makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? Both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help thinking you forgot something. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What did the victim's body have? No. arrow.
Take that!
Oh, right. There's an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? Alright, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, Schnell. Alright, I don't need to know other languages to know bossy. Here. What is this case, dude? Fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. Masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. Remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. He's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But... What else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you. Only for your spirit and determination. Or she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes. Guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Corp was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. That? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please be in this photo. It just has to be. Arm on the Mr. Right statue is really this right here.
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Right.
This is absurd. There is no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there.
Staff. This is the spear of a great legal warrior.
Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo.
Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Looks like an elephant.
Phoenix Wright, look, it's the famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I'd know that pose anyway.
Did it. Didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light?
Golden light, all I see before me is the pink specter of a man.
It's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively pickled. Pickled tickled pink.
Man, what is this, girl?
Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink.
Blah, the joke deserves a pink slip. Seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? Resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. Prove that this spear was thrust into the victim. All I have to do is test the spear for blood. We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from this spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it.
Yeah, yeah. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Went from Greek scholar to Roman soldier, for real. Wait, what if I burn it? What's wrong with the non-guilty verdict? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate.
What the fuck was that? Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Dono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He is admitted to the heinous crime, all of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. We'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? Could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? Eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on the stage. The result? A heinous crime that was brought before this court. A fool like Newman had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. That scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and that Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. This is the dark age of the law, and we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. The first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. Oh my god. Thank fucking god it's over. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people. If we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned. Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. You can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. At the detention center, where your smile gave me hope and there was none. It was like the warm rays of sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have a lot of some work to do. And I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench. I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So what's the big news? The school festival was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but... We just got a call. Memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen. Festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. What's up, Jordan? Really? Alright. How did Phoenix de-age like that? I know, he shaved.
Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
God, this case fucking took so much out of me, dude. Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. It could melt my heart. H-E-A-R-T. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. You know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and Hugh won? Double-headed lawyer, of course. Genius, and a hot-blooded prosecutor course student. We'll go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper! There's something I've been wanting to say to you. Huh? Oh, is he gonna do what I think he is? Juniper. Would we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been. Huh? Best friends? Weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was gonna confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. You already dragged it out of me during the trial. Oops. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin. Miriam. Me too. Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in. Wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. What about your BFF Apollo? What about your BFF Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? Yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Reminds me, I'm supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word, guess you'll find out in case number 4. So after some slight arm twisting, whoops, whoa, whoa, whoa. Alright, Jesus. Oh my god. Jesus. I don't know what just happened. Probably some stuff. One sec. Here we go. The courtroom bombing incident. Terrible attack launched by Bill of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of its darkening the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ed Tone was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. There's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place. The bombing occurred. After all, it got more than a few personal stakes in it. Episode 4, The Cosmic Turnabout. Space?
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Uh-oh.
Come in, Act 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Gonna have to cross-examine Cthulhu. Uh-oh. Well, you know how it is. Whenever you see a masked person, there's always some person that's masquerading as another person. It's almost always how it is. Time for another trial to begin. Oh, come on. No investigation? This one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Yeah. Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Chords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. This a lotus fruit? That's right. My grandma says lotus fruit is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook in them. Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kinda tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Oops. She didn't think me weird before. She will now. Calm down.
Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Thena. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it, you sly little thing, you. Athena, stop!
Quit kidding around, Athena. Trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set?
Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out?
Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Oh. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. Oh my god, his head is shaped like a rocket. I hate that. I hate that so much. Alright. That's not where we met Mr. Starbuck. I'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into a story after story with so much passion. Glide right in. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Now he's a fucking loser. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. So depressed it almost seems like an act. Launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Oh, he's cute. Oh no. Why'd he have to die? No. Clay Turan. Clay Turan. Clay Turan. Clay Turan. I can't believe he was murdered. Clay Turan, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Playground. Oh. I mean... Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? Or see Mr. Starbuck so down. Please, God, and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back to space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We could have hidden him, but instead we could have had him, but instead we got nipple McHead titty. I know. This is the most upsetting murder. 23 gone too soon. It should have been him. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everyone thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Why does he have the biggest zipper known to man? Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. You all ready to go? Apollo. He has a rocket mullet, and I need him executed for it. I know, right? God, Apollo and fucking Clay. We're probably yowing it up, dude. This sucks. We could have had the best. We could have had such a good pair, but no. But fucking no. We had to get this fucking idiot skipping this case, dude. Just kidding. Apparently this case is a lot shorter than the other ones, so I guess part of that being because there's no investigation, but trial's about to begin. The defense would please proceed into the courtroom. We have the autopsy report. That's literally it. All right. Well, at least this will be more straightforward. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. God, I forgot his fucking eye patch, dude. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He's insisting it's just a sty. Suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. And the prosecution? The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Hmm? Yeah. 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 How is this legal? Oh, the box is here again.
Prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time.
What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
I'll do it.
Well, what an unexpected surprise.
This time I can't leave it to anyone else.
I see. I was kind of hoping to do it, but okay. Something is off with the two of you today. Will you kiss? You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would.
Just yesterday, crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center.
Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right?
Astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated. The launch was cancelled.
My word! 2 bombs again? How dreadful.
The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and the murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in.
Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut?
Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend.
Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right?
Damn, why didn't he stick with that look? That look would have been much better. Said he's got a cone head.
Could even turn that incident into a movie and everything. We got a real space pioneer in court today.
But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Turning to the subject at hand.
Ah, yes. Victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. God, what a looker. That's a real specimen right there.
Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor.
Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing?
Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. So, he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Disney World. Play.
I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly?
Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin.
Oh, have mercy on me.
Jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time.
Phew. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life, and I'm already like 80.
Even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering.
Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Oh, very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you will.
On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building, take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building. The rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in Launch Pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Okay. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the 2nd floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in the Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotage the bombing, the defendant killed him right in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh. Don't make me look at this. I miss him. I didn't even know him. Is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. At least he looked beautiful when he died. We couldn't get any prints off of it. Though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. He needs to be jabbed with so many other things. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in the photo? Something so important to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. Well, obviously valuable for research purposes. It has no relation to this case. I see. So we know that the bomb is in the main building was on the 2nd floor. Where is the bomb that was in the launch pad? It was in Launch Pad 1 located. That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. Oh, sorry, I forgot. That's the judge voice. They sound kind of similar. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Bombing report. I'm going to review all the evidence in a minute. Just want to get through it all. Trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? The 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I'll go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Stone.
Huh? What did he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black and... fuck. The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center.
Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation report added to the court record. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. There were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right. One on the second floor at the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1.
Let me get this straight.
Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives? Oh, what are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket,
He'd get caught in the explosion as well. Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Fine. Simpleton. Simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. Why should you be an astronaut, though? And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
That's absurd.
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. Poppers.
What are they?
These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go as far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Soul Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt.
Based smut? Wait, what? So that's what you think he that's why you think he resorted to bombing?
Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Yeah. I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice. I'm sure you understand why we need to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in the launch pad 1 at the time.
Hold it!
You sure it was only the 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2.
Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device.
Allow me to state up front, there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Fingerprint recognition device sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmo. Yuri? Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motives for committing these senseless acts. As a point, I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge.
Hold it!
So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been wanting to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have been for sure trying to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Turan could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time, and embarked under their own power, their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were 2 of them. Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos. Detective Candace Arm. Wait, Candace Arm? One of them was a detective? Was this before? Is this before the bomb case? It must have been. But she's dead. We know that. Yup. Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosion. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. 2 witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. Doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of this case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the foreman was killed. This is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out the crime. Okay, I want to pause right now and look at everything that we have. Rest in peace, King. Beautiful man. Okay. Cause of death, stabbing. The victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. The 3rd floor lounge. I feel like this stuff is going to be important to remember. There's a whole diagram. So the lounge is connected to the launch pad 1 corridor, which is connected to the middle level of the launch pad 1. Okay. The victim's blood was found on its blade, but no fingerprints could be lifted. We're assuming this is because the astronaut uniform, the astronaut suit, space suit. That's what I was thinking. The bombing report. The explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building, which was coincidentally the floor below the lounge where the victim was killed. Second floor of the main building in the middle level of the launch pad, the elevator. So that was the other side of the middle level. I mean, the other side of the lounge, so that was the middle level. So on, I need to have like a, you know what I need? I need to make like a little, so I can like point the thing. Let me put that in my to do. I feel like I'm gonna. Anyway. Near the elevator. Do we know how far, did they say how far apart those explosions were? I don't know if they did. But they must have happened, I'm guessing, pretty soon, one after another. And when did they go off in relation to the stabbing? Love you. Mwah. I'm so sorry. Evacuation report. The bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. Police officers and riot police gave evacuation instructions immediately. There's a power outage and the affected areas remain dark. The security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement shelter. The basement shelter is 2 floors below the explosion in the main building. Jace? Launch pad 1 door lock, a biometric door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. Their eyes line up like that. Okay. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. Little I get out of him hurt my case. Justice Dawn. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? What is it? Footage from a security camera. The 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
should have known Blackwell would have had something like this ready. Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. But Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at this footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Turan was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead, dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain it to Justice Doman. You got it. Ready, kid? The murder had occurred in the lounge. Someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge, after all. Doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
Wasn't the power out for... Wasn't the power out for a moment? The power was out for... I don't know how... I mean, it says they switched it over to emergency power, but... Was that process immediate? I'm back in it now. I'm actually like, alright, let's do it. But you can't deny that there's a possibility that the murder could have happened in the lounge. Sorry. Alright. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
That's an Australian astronaut. An astronaut. Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim would still be alive. Good. Fortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. It sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Grant comes out in 6 hours. Oh, for real? When did I say that I'm, what is it? Is it tomorrow or Friday that I have, do, do, do. Do, do, do. Did I even post the schedule this week on Discord? I think I did. Whoops. Sure didn't post it. Let me post that right now. Okay, pulling for Brant and Will plus 8. Cool. It's the way I'm probably not gonna play Ace Attorney Friday. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup.
Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? just... there's something that's been bothering me. It isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes. You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh! Oh! Ready? You don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing, like they conveniently left it unexplained. I think they didn't explain. I would show him a small measure of time. Yeah, maybe think that one over. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. Ah, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about.
Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear in this court.
Well, if you put it that way, what is it that the prosecution has failed to explain?
Why the body was moved? I'm gonna save here. Looney Tunes ass robots. They failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. The defendant wanted to kill the victim. Why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? I go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding ground.
Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet.
That's because they have none, Your Honor. Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong?
Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice.
The defendant proposes that the defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim, he was helping him. Your Honor. Your Honor. Here's a fish. Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here, or I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim. Space Boy? That's me. Huh? Gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. Yeah.
One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen.
Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of that story.
You see, that the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? There is no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. Oh, okay. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. A steel coffin besides the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We use that to transport the deactivated bomb here. Oh, I see. So so would that have been... Oh, I think I'm understanding. So okay, I'm kind of putting the pieces together. So basically, I think it's implying that the first case in this game was from the bombing, right? So the third bomb can't wait for the but the gravity was turned off bit. Okay, so yeah, so the bomb that was used in the first trial must have been the third bomb in this trial, I'm guessing. Because they needed the bomb expert, right? So maybe the bomb expert was the one who was doing the bombing, and that was unrelated to the murder, perhaps. Because it can't be the bomber. Because the bomber was... Well, maybe it was the bomber. Because I feel like the case was cut short. So maybe what they're gonna do... I don't know. This is all kind of confusing, because, like, wasn't the whole case interrupted? If this is the case... I don't know. Maybe this was this the case that the bombing happened in this courtroom? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. There's still a lot that we don't really understand. And I have a feeling that this is probably gonna, like, carry over into the fifth case, similarly to the last game, but we'll see. We will see. Or not the last game, maybe the third game? What was... There are only 4 cases. There are only 4 cases in the fourth game. But there is indeed a 5th case in this one. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? One on the 2nd floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the 3rd was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Yeah. Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. Yeah. It's like he's reading my mind. It is still undergoing forensic investigation. I do not have the evidence on it. However, know that a peculiar item was found in Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, bomb detonation switch. Okay, it was planted. Period. Who planted it? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence when the Space Center director, Detective Arms, stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket, feeble brain that he is. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Justice, don't open your eyes and see the truth. It appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. Can't be the truth. Still can't accept it? You'll believe in your client, come what may? Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? It's gotta be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue. How do you say that? He had just the right argument when I pointed it out. to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He's trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. We're being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Turan. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Care to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it then. I did it. Didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. Sorry, it's finger rotting. It's distracting me. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim?
But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. Oh. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Actually, I do. You wear a suit like that except an astronaut. I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. Oh, I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. Oh. Pressing fellow. You were to join me in the clink. I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? Was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Alright, let's take it apart. So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time?
course. He was alive and well.
Silence!
So, you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this? What? No. Ugh. Black hole confirmed. Dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space. Please give your testimony. Seriously. It's just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Seems to me that he was... I think the reality here is that he was knocked out during the explosion, but he wasn't... He was not, like, you know, dead. He was still, like, alive. He was just passed out. And then he was taken into the lounge, and something happened, and was stabbed by someone else. I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll see. Up the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion? Explosion? Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. They had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. Passed out? How was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibration were incredible. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess. Not that I'd know. I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow! Yes, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. Don't worry. I understand. Make sure everything turns out right. Alright. But everyone's glaring at me like I did it. Oh, you have to reassure him better than that. How am I supposed to do that? Can you imagine how he's feeling? And use that to figure out how to boost his confidence. Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat "I'm fine" to himself. Fine? Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. But even if I shouted, Clay will still be dead. Oh, what's the use? Oh. Somebody please reassure me now. Apollo, there's something strange about Mr. Starbuck's testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's a glaring contradiction. Just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case. It doesn't look like he's lying, at least. So I'll have to show some evidence. The elevator down to the middle level and headed the corridor. But if he was taking the elevator... Wasn't... I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save and see.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level because it exploded. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launch Pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means... What exactly? Exactly. Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words, Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mission command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is mission command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet. Oh! My oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. Like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle-level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. Different route? Hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. Yeah, I'll get right this time, maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. I got your anti-anxieties if you need them. Wait, no, I don't. Sorry. I feel like that case is gonna come into play later. It's the way that Blackwell just was like, oh no, it doesn't mean anything. It's not relevant to the case. It's weird to me. To be honest with you. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route, maybe. Probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. You're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. The capsule you mentioned? I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Turan here? Is the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? Almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. I just thought the word invaluable was weird. Is it like, doesn't in mean not? Invaluable? Like, infallible means not fallible. Invalid means not valid. In many words like that? I guess so. It's really stupid. Incredible, not credible. Insane, not sane. Interesting, not interesting. In like disingenuous. Ingenuous. That's like a double. Disingenuous. Dis and in. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer the question to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. But it's more comfortable than a spaceship. My escape route. Let's see, my escape route, what I said before was a mistake. Oh, there's only 3.
Hold it!
How'd you mistake such a basic fact? Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. On Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish you'd consider it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably.
Hold it!
Maybe. Probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Mission Control, come in, please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space.
Silence!
Stop this nonsense or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you. I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything. Apollo, is he gonna be alright? I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So, about when we were running away. The capsule and Clay in my arms. I made my way down from the upper level.
Hold it!
The upper level of the launch pad area? That's right. That's what I said, wasn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had Clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand? Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though Clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder, and the capsule in my other hand. I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with your statement, just so still. Yes, I know. Well, I've come this far. No turning back now. It's time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck escaped with Clay and the capsule, which means it's just like in the footage. You see why he couldn't run, though. Must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Must have run just over 200 pounds by himself. Yeah, and he had to support Clay, who was another 200 pounds. Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have even walked under those circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. Let's see. Okay. Seems like it was definitely this third.
Objection! Objection!
Oh. If you were to ensure the safety of the capsule, why would it still be sitting with Claire?
Objection!
No? Okay.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
That was the answer.
What's up, Nikki? How's it going? Did we already do the door lock? Girl, I don't know. It's so confusing. Girl, so confusing. I'm doing well. God damn it. I feel, what have I not chosen so far at this point? I feel like I've chosen everything. Must be there must be one thing I didn't do yet.
Objection! Objection!
Okay. I thought I did that one, but I guess not. Bob, 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 bob.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in the area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? How are the streams, by the way? They're good. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. I'm starting to lose me. Not as long as this was the door that the gate. Tread carefully, Nikki. Oh. What's the matter, Mr. Starbuck? Well, you say not as long as this, but I don't know what this is. Oh. Just admit I have no idea either. Your Honor, please let me try that again. With the circumstances at the time, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have made it to the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Not as long as this was along the escape route. The middle level. The explosion on the middle level. Oh my god.
I don't know. Am I wrong? What the heck? I don't know her. Did I guess, did I do that? No, I feel like I did this. I guess the launch pad. I guess the middle level. The shelter? What the freak? What the freak is going on? The upper letter, the upper level ladder. That's a tongue trick. Upper level ladder, upper level ladder, upper level upper level ladder, 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 upper letter, upper letter level, upper letter ladder, upper letter ladder, upper level ladder, upper. My internet was just disconnected. You're good. You have a question to ask me, Nikki? Why doesn't Starbucks escape? Nope. Oh, okay. That's surprising. Maybe you're good. Lower level?
Take that!
What the freak? The eyes of your cute pet on your shoulder. Haha, so cute. He is cute. He's more of my companion than a pet. But he is pretty cute. He is my son. My baby. I birthed him from my womb. What's his name? His name's Garbanzo. Garbanzo Drosera. That doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? His name is just Garbanzo. Never thought about that. If he is my baby, then I guess his last name would be Drosera. Do pets like legally have last names though? I don't know. Do we consider them to have like our last names, or do we just like call them their first names? Yep. Interesting. Shouts out. Shoutouts out to the. Actually, you know, now that I think about it, I do think like when I would go like to the vet with my pet, they would be like they'd be like, oh, first name, last name. So you know, especially if they have insurance. Bro, pet insurance is crazy. Imagine your dog having to get a job, dude, so they can afford pet insurance. Insurance is a scam, dude. If you go to the doctor, just don't pay for the doctor. That's not a good, don't take my advice on that. That's crazy. That may or may not be illegal. I don't know. Okay. I don't know what the heck. Not as long as this was the lounge? What the heck? What the heck is going on here? I feel like... What? Do you know? Why girl? Why girl? Do you have a better idea? The second floor? No, that was for the doctor thing. Oh. If I keep guessing, eventually it'll be right. The first floor? Okay. I think I know now. Is it the fourth floor? Alright. Okay. I've been playing around. I think I know what the answer is. I'm going for the 5th floor. Okay. No. Alright. It's not the 5th floor. How about the 6th floor? Dude, I feel like I've guessed everything. I feel like I've guessed everything. The ladder? Oh my god, I love when these become multiple choice. I'm so over it. I'm done. The ladder. Whatever, dude. To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? And you know what? In hindsight, That makes sense. But I don't know why that's problematic. I guess because it would have exploded.
Objection!
Of course. That was the only way we could escape. But how would that work? At the time you were supporting Mr. Turan over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm. Oh, that makes sense. Cause he had to bring him down. So he would have like he would have dropped his ass down from like 20 feet in the air. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm. But carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now. Engineer. Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected. Due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately. What the? It's flying the coop. Help! I'm caught on the ceiling. Help. Anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Bullshit. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. You ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? The Mr. Starbuck I know. Appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes. Yes. Not your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as a result of a medical side effect? Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? Since things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It's found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? What could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess that maybe that's why I don't remember. Side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. Order in the court. Can't get any useful testimony. Doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing.
Why didn't you just tell me you couldn't remember? He didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Oh, maybe I really did do it. Brings us to the answer of our original question, of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. Does? So what is it? Dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, just a stone. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand?
Objection!
Oh, there is investigation in this one. Interesting. Drop the body down. Who would do such a disrespectful? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. Just trying to see. See how much further there is. Okay, I think the day this we're gonna finish this this day and I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. Nikki, I really believed. I really believed that that maybe you weren't one of them. But, unfortunately you are. I just got a DM from her that I did not. I thought maybe. She didn't say anything, so I was like, maybe. But foolish for me to think. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am for the fracture, easily when struck.
Objection!
100% of the time, yeah. I should really trust my instincts, but did I actually ban her? She's still in the chat. Usually it kicks them out. Okay, I guess she's just sticking around. I set it so that it kicks them out of the chat, so I don't know why it's still showing she's in there. But hey, girl. Nikki Uwu. Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel will leave its mark on the body. According to the autopsy report, only the knife was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
Spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Donald. Includes the latest. Their internet did not go out. That was just so they could not hear your warning. Oh, maybe so. I don't remember giving them a warning. Oh wait, no, I did. You're right. I said tread carefully, didn't I? was the latest technological devices. It's made of fabric, Morrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, yet sheer coincidence. The knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. Wow, how convenient. What are the chances? Forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. That's true. Got me there. Now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and dropped his body from the upper level. For climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There is no room for debate about these facts. It's clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Turan. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Yeah. Oxygen tank data added to the core record. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at that time. Wasn't it visible in the... $50? But we can't see the number on the 50%. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm in a prison instead of space. Space Boy. Yes. Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, viewed through bars. You mean stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your new spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for a long time. That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck, your Blackwell got to him good.
Spaceship prison cell, fly me my guilt and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope.
Oh, yes, Apollo?
You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation.
He said that?
So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believes in you, Clay Turan. For Clay? You're wasting your breath. Apollo, thank you. I see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck. I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. Both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Gah! You've ignited the booster rockets in my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. Sun, the moon, all of space is calling me Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch.
Apollo, you did it. You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck.
Can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. Simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? Can't let up now. To stop Blackwell, I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Oh, I can't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. Gotta destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. You can get felt up too, Quill. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. You like a car wash. If Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. The only way to counter Blackwell's argument is I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge, in which case I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Let's see about this data that we just received. It supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict. Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. About this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining, while Mr. Turan's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. And I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dolan. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. Hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. The evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to, I'm thinking this security camera video?
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? Problem is that this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Turan. Appears to say 50. But according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased? I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining is increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse. I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Here. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counterargument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumption here?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. Let's save here. I don't know. My assumption was that he gave some of his oxygen, but maybe not. The victim was carrying the defendant? What if it was the other way around?
The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan at all. It was Mr. Turan who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge.
It was what? Order, Mr. Justice. You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Turan?
Ugh, he's a hero. My boy. The only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. When the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Turan was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. You've forgotten what you yourself proposed, even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. We have proven that Mr. Turan was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were 2 people who claimed to be the first on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. Might have to do a little more digging.
Seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first 2 people on the scene.
Score.
Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand?
I have an announcement, everyone.
What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here.
Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. What?
Oh!
A bomb? Now?
Everyone run!
Eek, I don't want to die! Oh no, everyone's panicking.
Silence!
Headless chickens with a death wish. The lot of you, calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? Who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Oh, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. Apollo. Juniper? Hasn't evacuated yet? Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way. Ah! And then I guess the bomb happened. Interesting. We'll play a little bit more. We'll play a little bit of this next chapter. Because I'm getting toasty. Oh my goodness. I am so toasty. Middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. Apollo sustained further injuries when attacked by Ted Tone. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy being attacked by Tony like that on top of all his other injuries. Apollo was resting at the nearby Hakefield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. Never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Not now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. Won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating.
Alright, enough of this, people. This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you.
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over.
Take over what exactly?
All the Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy?
Oh, that's not exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know.
Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run.
Wait, right now? Better not be running the whole way. There she goes. Better go catch up. You take care of the office, Trucy?
Sure thing, Daddy. Just let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you.
He seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everyone up with her enthusiasm.
Oh, she's back. Don't mind me. Just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, documents, my bag.
Sounds like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too.
Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there.
So, our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him.
That's right! He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
I seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Oh. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered.
Ah, and you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so.
I guess so. My mistake. Oh. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously gotta stop depressing himself.
Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'll shine like shooting stars, right?
Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Not really all it takes. Alright. I think that is where we will call it. Thanks everybody for watching. Love you so much. Tomorrow we will be back with No Man's Sky and Persona. Hope you are excited. I will be working a lot on a bunch of different things, but I will try to be on time tomorrow. I will do my best. Thanks for hanging out with me on this super long stream. This case seems interesting. A little bit more intriguing than the last for sure. Space, that's right up my alley. So looking forward to that. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me. As always, ciao, bye everybody. Space.